Hello, Miss Sandri. Sandri, hello, Miss.
Hello.
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 Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Posisi di mana? Kami menyadari sepenuhnya bahwa dunia sudah berubah, Indonesia pun sudah berubah, dan oleh karenanya UKI pun harus berubah. Untuk itu kita mempersiapkan diri untuk menjadi universitas berskala internasional. Transformasi sudah dilakukan, perbaikan-perbaikan pun juga sudah dilakukan. Sekarang UKI dengan dukungan teknologi tinggi menjadi satu universitas yang unggul khususnya di bidang tridharma perguruan tinggi, yaitu pembelajaran, penelitian, dan pengabdian masyarakat. Saya berkeyakinan dan mengimani bahwa UKI menjadi UKI yang hebat. UKI hebat.
His Excellency Coordinating Minister for Human Development and Culture, Profesor Dr. H. Muhadjir Effendy, MAP. His Excellency Minister of Education and Culture, Nadiem Anwar Makarim, BA, MBA, which at this time represented by Director General of Higher Education, Ministry of Education and Culture, Republic of Indonesia, Profesor Insinyur Nizam, MSc, PhD, IPM, ASEAN Inc. Deputy of Coordination for Quality Improvement, Professor Dr. R. Agus Sartono, MBA, Honorable Chairman of Universitas Kristen Indonesia Foundation, Insinyur Edi R. Sinulinga, MBA, Honorable Rector of Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Dr. Daniswaraka Haryono, SH, MH, MBA, Dean of the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Dr. Sunarto M. Hum, Dean of the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, UST Yogyakarta, Mr. Nanang Subketi, SPD, MPD, distinguished speakers, and ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to Universitas Kristen Indonesia on this special event, International Conference of Education and Science, or ICES, organized by the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Universitas Kristen Indonesia. Let's give a big round of applause for today's event. This year is the second time that the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training Universitas Kristen Indonesia has organized this international conference. My name is Herto Bastian Abul and I am your master of a ceremony for today's event. Before we start, allow me to share some information with you. Members of this conference are presenters and participants. Presenters are those who will present the result of their research, while participants are those who participate by watching or observing this conference. Presenters have to log into Zoom by using member ID, and for presenters who log in without using member ID will not be allowed to join the Zoom meeting. Presenters must register according to the rundown that has been shared before. And for participants, you may join this conference by streaming on FKIP UKI YouTube channel, LPPM UKI YouTube channel, Prodi P Matematika UKI YouTube channel, and FKIP UST YouTube channel. And please keep your microphone muted until you are allowed to speak by the committee during this conference. When it comes to question and answer session, please go to the Zoom chat room or YouTube comment section to deliver your question. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let us begin our International Conference of Education and Science in opening prayer, led by Pastor Noh Ibrahim Boiliu MTH. Time is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now I will lead us to pray according to Christian beliefs. Let's pray. Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, thank you for today as a day blessed by you, for being there in this conference. Father, we pray that you will bless this conference. And we pray, bless conference committee, bless all of the keynote speakers, invited speakers, all the participants and all the presenters. And God bless this conference. Father, we hope you bless this conference until finishing. Father, we pray, bless our campus, Universitas Kristen Indonesia, bless our faculty, FKIP UKI, and bless all of the devices we use. Thank you, Father. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Poilio. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem. March of Universitas Kristen Indonesia.
Universitas Kristen Indonesia, universitas kita, pelambang ilmu dan budaya bangsa, turut membina pendidikan kita, bergerak maju membangun alam semesta, bekerja penuh kasih dan bakti, melayani bukan dilayani, abdi nusa dan bangsa. Universitas Kristen Indonesia, universitas kita, pelambang ilmu dan budaya bangsa, turut membina pendidikan kita, dan kami mahasiswa-mahasiswinya bersama mengejar ilmu dan cita-cita, mengabdi membina nusa negeri kita yang jaya.
Thank you. Please be seated. Event report by the chairman of the committee, Mr. Chandra Ditasona, MPD.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank God for every blessing we receive and His love we could organize this event today. His Excellency Mr. Professor Dr. Muhadjir Effendy, MAP, Coordinator of the Minister of Human Development and Culture, His Excellency Minister of Education and Culture, Mr. Nadiem Anwar Makarim, represented by Professor Insinyur Nizam, MSc, PhD, Your Excellency Mr. Daniswara Kaharjono, SH, MH, MBA, Rector of Universitas Kristen Indonesia, and Your Excellency Mr. Edi Sinulinga, Ketua Yayasan Universitas Kristen Indonesia, and all keynote speaker, participant, presenter, and invited speakers. This morning, I will report on implementation of ICES 2020. This conference was held for 2 days, from 9 to 10 December 2020. More than 160 researchers joined this conference, and about 400 participants registered in this event. This suggests that the pandemic situation may have an effect on the research process, but not the enthusiasm of researchers. And we do appreciate that. This event is held online. The presenter will participate through the Zoom application, while the participant can take part in activity via live on YouTube. In organizing this activity, we also collaborate with Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa, Yogyakarta. Thank you for UST. And I would like to thanks to Rector of Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, and all of head of department on FKIP, UKTV, BSP, and all people who have supported this event. And I would like to thanks especially to the committee who have worked hard and support this event. And we have a special name for the committee. His name is Chihui Team. Thank you for Chihui Team. Thank you for your hard work and your togetherness. And thank you for all committee. Finally, congratulations on joining this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ditasona. Welcoming speech by Dean of Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Universitas Kristen, Indonesia, Dr. Sunarto M. Hum.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Namo Buddhaya, Om Swastiastu, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. His Excellency Master Professor Dr. Haji Muhadjir Effendy MAB, Koordinator of the Minister of Human Development and Culture, represented Professor Dr. R. Agus Sartono, MBA. His Excellency Minister of Education and Culture, Mr. Nadim Anwar Makarim, BA, MBA, represented by Professor Engineer Nizam, MSc, PhD. His Excellency Mr. Engineer Edi Rainal Sinulinga, MBA, Chair of the Indonesian Christian University Foundation, Yayasan Universitas Kristen Indonesia. Your Excellency Mr. Dr. Daniswara Kaharjono, SMH MBA, Rektor Universitas Kristen Indonesia. His Excellency Dr. Wilson Raja Guguk, MSc MA, Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Universitas Kristen Indonesia. His Excellency Dr. M.L. Denny Tewu, SAMM, Vice Rector of Finance, Human Resources and General Administration, Universitas Kristen Indonesia. Her Excellency Insinyur Lolom Huta Barat, MSc, Vice Rector of Student Affairs, Law and Cooperation, Universitas Kristen Indonesia. Honorable Fellow Deans of Universitas Kristen Indonesia and Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa Yogyakarta. Honorable Heads of Study Program Universitas Kristen Indonesia and Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa Yogyakarta. Honorable Keynote Speakers and Honorable Presenter and Participant of the Second International Conference of Education and Science. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let us express our gratitude to God Almighty who has given His grace and blessing so that we can all attend the seminar room at Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Jakarta, offline and online in a healthy and fit condition to participate in the Second International Conference of Education and Science 2020. Jakarta with the theme New Normal on Education. As stated by the Rector of Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Mr. Dr. Daniswara Kaharjono, SMH MBA, in his remarks this morning that this conference was organized by Faculty Teacher Training and Education as a series of the 67th anniversary of Universitas Kristen Indonesia. Distinguished guests. As we all know, the Industrial Revolution 4.0 has a big impact on every aspect of life. In addition to providing many benefits and conveniences, the Industrial Revolution 4.0 also presents challenges for society. The development of science and education plays an important role in facing this era of Industrial Revolution 4.0. Faculty of Teacher Training and Education wants to answer these challenges by organizing this international conference. The purpose of this conference is to increase the number of international publications by Indonesia academics in the fields of natural science, social science, and education. Then, this conference also aims to increase cooperation between researchers from various countries and at the same time as publication media for Indonesia academics. The benefits then can be taken from this conference are improving the quality of Indonesian academics, especially in the field of natural science, social science, and education, and becoming a medium for international publication for Indonesian academics. Finally, another benefit from this conference is to collaborate with nation and international institutions in research in the field of natural science, social science, and education. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, from a series of events that have been designed by conference committee for 2 days, starting from December 9th to December 10th, 2020. Still a very adhere to health protocols, wear a mask, wash hand, and keep the distance. That is for now. Enjoying the conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, namo buddhaya, Om Swastiastu, salam kebajikan, Rahayu.
Thank you, Dr. Sunarto. Ladies and gentlemen, opening speech by Rector of Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Dr. Daniswara K. Haryono, SH, MH, MBA.
The Honorable Bapak Profesor Dr. Haji Muhadjir Effendy, Coordinating Minister for Human Development and Culture, Republic of Indonesia, represented by Profesor Dr. Agus Sartono. The Honorable Bapak Mr. Nadiem Anwar Makarim, Minister of Education and Culture, Republic of Indonesia, represented by Profesor Insinyur Nisam, PhD. Chairperson of the UKI Foundation, Bapak Insinyur Edi R. Sinulinga, MBA, invited speakers of the conference, Bapak Dr. Anda Sunarto, M.Hum, Dean of Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Bapak Nanang Subekti, SPD, MPD, Dean of Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Universitas Sarjana Wiyata, Jogja, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Shalom. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Good morning. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all the second International Conference of Education and Science 2020, held by the Faculty of Education and Teachers Training of Universitas Kristen Indonesia. For researchers and faculty members, academic conference or seminar like this are very important because in events like this, we have the opportunity to listen to experts of relevant fields, share current findings of research, or meet colleagues from different institutions. The pandemic, however, has hindered us from having this important meeting on site. We are grateful that we can still organize this conference online. We thank the advancement of technology that has made this occasion possible. The conference brings educator, education specialists, and administrator together to discuss the current issues in education as stated in the theme of the conference, New Normal of Education. As we all are aware, the COVID-19 pandemic has changed our perspectives in schools and education for many years to come. Academics are expected to be a few steps ahead in providing solutions to many problems in the community. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the future of our generation lies today in the hands of the teachers. Due to 8 months experience dealing with pandemic situation, we are forced to carry out our teaching activities without lowering down our expectation. The current situation was not or was never forecast prior to the end of pandemic. The traditional practice of schooling is disrupted and has driven us, educators, to change our perspective in classroom learning or teaching methods, for example. I'm sure many teachers or educators do all their best to make learning from home activities as productive, as fun as possible for the students. Aside from the pandemic, we educators should also observe other issues related to human resource development, the Industrial Revolution 4.0. Indonesia entering a phase where the productive age population is more than the non-productive, also known as demographic bonus. Skill mismatch or lack of skills, which causes less competitive labor market compared to the other countries, are some of the issues that must be put on in consideration when education is concerned. From this conference, I hope many discoveries and interesting development in your respective fields will be discussed and disseminated not only among the participants, but who are privileged to be able to attend this prestigious event, but also to largest audiences. Congratulations to the Faculty of Education and Teachers Training for successfully organizing this conference. Enjoy the conference day and the networking. By the grace of God, I officially open the second International Conference of Education and Science 2020. Thank you very much. God bless us all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om. Namo Buddhaya.
Rector will beat the gong to open this conference officially, accompanied by Chairman of Universitas Kristen Indonesia Foundation, Dean of Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, and Chairman of the Committee of this International Conference. We invite to beat the gong. Once again, we would like to invite the Chairman of Universitas Kristen Indonesia Foundation, and also Dean of Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Chairman of the Committee, and we would like to invite Vice Dean of Faculty of Education and Teacher Training to accompany Rector in beating the gong. Let's give a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now official that the International Conference of Education and Science is starting now. Thank you. We also would like to welcome His Excellency Coordinating Minister for Human Development and Culture, Professor Dr. H. Muhadjir Effendy, MAP, who has joined us on Zoom room now. Welcoming speech by Chairman of Universitas Kristen Indonesia Foundation, Insinyur Edi Reynald Sinulinga, MBA.
His Excellency Ministry for Coordinating Ministry for Human Development and Culture Affairs, Bapak Profesor Dr. Haji Muhadjir Effendy, MIP, represented by the Deputy for Quality Development Coordination, Professor Dr. Agus Sartono, MBA. His Excellency Ministry for Education and Culture Affairs, Bapak Profesor Nadiem Makarim, represented by Directorate General for Higher Education, Professor Insinyur Nizam, MSc, PhD. And then our President of Christian University of Indonesia, Dr. Daniswara K. Harjono, SH, MH, MBA, the Dean for Teacher Training and Education Department of UKI, Dr. Sunarto, Master of Law, the Dean for Teachers Training and Education Department for University Sarjana Wiyata, Taman Siswa, Yogyakarta, Mr. Nanang Subakti, SPD, M, Master of Education, our invited keynote speakers, and all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, shalom and best wishes to all of you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning. Praise and gratitude to the presence of God Almighty, the creator of the universe, who always pours joy, health, and spirit to all of us, so that we are given the opportunity to participate in the second International Conference on Education and Science, or ICS. Even though we are currently in the midst of a wave of the COVID-19 pandemic that had hit the entire country, our determination and joint efforts to continue carrying out our mission to educate a nation's life cannot be postponed or even stopped. What makes me proud of the Chief of the Board of University Kristen Indonesia, or UKI Foundation, is that several departments or faculties at UKI, and one of them is the Teacher Training and Education Department, or FKIP, have excelled in various things such as research, publication, and improvement of academic position. For that, I thank the Dean, Dr. Sunarto, Master of Law, and the Deputy Dean, Mr. Roni Gunawan, Master of Education, as well as all the heads of the study program for the leadership and cooperation that have been shown by each lecturer and faculty members in improving the quality and the quantity of the three dharma, or we call it as the three responsibilities of higher education, which leads to the improvement of higher education accreditation. What is done by FKIP UKI can be an example and motivation for other departments or faculties in improving the quality and the quantity of their three dharma, which consists of education and teaching, research, and community services. All departments must be able to build a superior golden generation, even in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. This means that all of us must continue to have collective optimism while still believing that in the midst of challenges and crises, we still have the opportunity to become winners, namely to become a superior golden generation and also a superior university according to our vision and missions. As one of the oldest campuses in Indonesia, the Indonesian Christian University, or UKI, which was born in 1953, has devoted itself for decades to advancing national education. From year to year, UKI continues to strive to develop itself and improve its achievement to become a leading university and become a center of excellence in education at the national, regional, and international levels. However, the challenges faced by UKI in realizing its vision and missions are getting bigger from year to year. Not only internal challenges, but most importantly, external challenges. Since the doors of the 21st century were open, universities around the world have been racing to accelerate the transformation into campuses that are super adaptive to global changes and demands, especially in this area of technology disruption. In the midst of current global competition, UKI continues to strive to become a superior university, capable of responding to the needs of the times. As an educational institution, UKI plays a role in facilitating a quality and open learning process, especially through the independent campus program to produce graduates with exemplary character and broad skills. For this reason, every student is expected to be able to take advantage of this learning opportunity as best as possible so that one day they become golden people who are superior and have strong characters. The education process at UKI is expected to produce human resources who have higher creativity and innovation in the world of work, have the ability to survive, and are able to think flexibly and behave adaptively or agile to various situations, including technology and information literacy skills. Hopefully, this international conference will be a step in our series of steps towards achieving UKI goals. As a wise man said that 1,000 steps are a series of steps that must be faced. Making this step a means to solidify the intention to achieve the vision of education and determine the best strategy for achieving UKI success. Hopefully, this conference can go well and be successful. We appreciate for your participation and patience in joining in this conference. I hope all of us will be protected by God Almighty and kept away from all illnesses. For those of you who celebrate, we wish you a very happy Christmas and welcome the new year of 2021. May success and prosperity accompany all the steps in our life. God bless you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, and FIFA University, Christian University of Indonesia.
It is such an honor for us that in this International Conference of Education and Science, we have His Excellency Coordinating Minister for Human Development and Culture, Republic of Indonesia, and Honorable Director General of Higher Education, Ministry of Education and Culture, Republic of Indonesia, as keynote speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first keynote speaker, His Excellency Coordinating Minister for Human Development and Culture, Republic of Indonesia, Profesor Dr. H. Muhadjir Effendy, MAP.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Very good morning to all of the International Conference of Education and Science 2020. My dear colleague, Director General of Higher Education, Professor Izam, who at this moment representing the Minister of Education and Culture. My dear colleagues, Rector of Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Dr. Daniswara, the Chairman of UKI Foundation, Senior Edi Rainaki Sinulinga MBA, my dear colleagues, Dean of FKIP, Universitas Kristen Indonesia, the speakers and participants. First of all, saya menyampaikan puji syukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala karena pagi hari ini kita bisa hadir di forum yang sangat baik ini. On behalf of the Coordinating Minister of Human Development and Culture, I would like to say that deeply regret His Excellency Professor Dr. Muhadjir Effendy at this moment unable to join this very special international conference due to very tight schedule. As everybody knows, that at this moment, the Coordinating Ministers of Human Development and Cultures, Professor Muhadjir Effendy, also act as the interim ministers of social welfare. Therefore, the schedule are very tight, and this morning asked me to represent him on this very special conference. Bapak Ibu, saudara sekalian yang saya hormati, kurang lebih 8 bulan terakhir, Indonesia berjuang menghadapi pandemi virus corona atau COVID. This COVID pandemic not only affected the health sectors, but also the educational sectors significantly. And Indonesia is not the only one, because more than 180 countries has to close school and universities. Indonesia sendiri, survei pelaksanaan pelajaran selama COVID ini juga terdampak. Setidaknya, at least there are more than 640,000 school and madrasah, and more than 68 million. So just imagine the magnitude. More than 68 million students yang terdampak oleh adanya COVID-19 ini. And they all have to do the long distance learning program. Semuanya harus terpaksa melakukan pembelajaran jarak jauh. Karena apa? Karena pemerintah lebih mementingkan kesehatan. Because the government think that health is the most important thing rather than education. Therefore, at the moment, we have to close the school and madrasah across the country. Dengan kondisi geografis, sosial, ekonomi yang beragam, tentu long distance learning have many such challenge. Ya, daerah-daerah yang memadai bisa melaksanakan pembelajaran tatap muka, tetapi tidak semua daerah bisa melakukan. We all know that at least there are more than 46,000 out of 646,000 school and madrasah tidak punya akses terhadap electricity and internet. So if those 46,000 schools have access to the electricity and internet, mean that they are not able to conduct the long distance learning program. Okay, even though 600,000 school and madrasah has electricity and internet, but not all the student or family has the infrastructure such as gadget, mobile phone, or in general has a device. Even though the student have the devices and internet connection, but not all the students have the capacity or capability to buy the pulsa. Ya. Itulah tantangan-tantangan yang terjadi bagi proses pembelajaran tatap muka di Indonesia. Dan oleh sebab itu maka pemerintah memberikan intervensi, pemberian bantuan internet kepada siswa dengan memberikan bantuan pembelian pulsa. Dan ini menjadi prioritas utama bagi pemerintah daerah sesuai dengan Undang-Undang 23 tahun 2014, karena pendidikan ini merupakan urusan konkuren, maka untuk memastikan agar akses internet dan listrik pada tahun-tahun mendatang bisa lebih baik. Bapak Ibu sekalian yang saya hormati, kondisi COVID-19 ini memaksa kita dan satuan pendidikan serta pengelola perguruan tinggi untuk berpikir kreatif, mencari solusi bagaimana agar proses pembelajaran bisa berjalan dengan baik. Pemerintah menyadari bahwa keputusan pembelajaran di rumah merupakan keputusan yang sulit. It's a tough choice, whether we have to open the school or we have to close for the moment. Dan kita memilih lebih mementingkan kesehatan karena kita tidak ingin. We don't want to make the school or to make it happen, or we don't want to have it. The school become the new cluster for COVID-19. So that is why for the time being we close the school. Bapak Ibu sekalian, kita juga menyadari bahwa pembelajaran di rumah pasti punya banyak kelemahan. Ya. The long distance learning program also have the limitations. We know that the student have to cope with the knowledge, skill, attitude, and values. In terms of knowledge, some of the students may get the knowledge through the long distance learning program, but we do agree that this is not the maximum alternative. Pasti ada keterbatasan karena tidak adanya interaksi antara siswa, guru, mahasiswa dengan dosen. Kemudian yang kedua, skill. Siswa memerlukan praktikum di laboratorium. Skill tentu tidak akan didapat hanya dengan pembelajaran jarak jauh. Apalagi menyangkut masalah attitude dan values yang kadang memerlukan interaksi antara siswa sesama siswa di sekolah. Itulah tantangan yang kita hadapi dan kita menyadari itu. Dari keempat aspek tersebut, tentu memang yang paling mengkhawatirkan yaitu menyangkut masalah penguasaan skill. Karena praktikum itu menjadi sulit. Pemerintah menyadari betul tantangan itu, dan oleh sebab itu menerbitkan surat keputusan bersama selama masa pandemi ini untuk mengatasi pembelajaran, yaitu surat keputusan antara Menteri Pendidikan, Menteri Kesehatan, Menteri Agama, dan Menteri Dalam Negeri untuk mengatur satuan pendidikan mana yang dapat melaksanakan pembelajaran tatap muka dengan tetap melaksanakan protokol kesehatan. Yang utama tentu di daerah-daerah yang zona hijau, kemudian sekolah pendidikan atas, sekolah menengah atas. Kenapa demikian? Karena kita beranggapan siswa-siswa anak sekolah menengah atas itu is mature enough untuk melaksanakan protokol kesehatan dengan baik. Sementara itu, in a yellow and orange and even red zones area, itu sekolah dilarang untuk membuka pembelajaran tatap muka karena sangat berbahaya bagi penyebaran COVID-19 ini. Dan anak-anak tetap harus melaksanakan pembelajaran dari rumah. Pembelajaran tatap muka harus dikoordinasikan antara satuan pendidikan dengan gugus tugas COVID-19 di tingkat kabupaten kota dan provinsi. Kemudian melihat perkembangan penanganan COVID, pada 7 Agustus 2020, pemerintah kembali memperbaiki SKP 4 Menteri, di mana zona kuning dan zona kepulauan diizinkan untuk melaksanakan pembelajaran tatap muka. We do believe that in some remote areas where the people come and go are very small in terms of number, we do believe that the spread of COVID disease is very limited. Oleh sebab itu kita mengizinkan di daerah-daerah itu boleh dibuka. Tentu saja dengan tetap melaksanakan protokol kesehatan. Para peserta International Conference yang saya hormati, pemerintah tentu menyadari tekanan dari keluarga, masyarakat, karena di masa pandemi ini, anak-anak yang harus belajar di rumah juga mengakibatkan disrupsi di dalam rumah tangga. Banyak orang tua yang merasa frustasi karena tidak saja tidak mampu mendampingi putra-putrinya, tetapi juga selama anak-anak harus belajar di rumah, orang tua menjadi terganggu, tidak bisa bekerja. Karena selama ini, pada saat anak-anak di sekolah, orang tua bisa bekerja. Terhadap persoalan ini, maka pada tanggal 20 November 2020, pemerintah menerbitkan keputusan bersama 4 menteri, ya, diperbaiki kembali, dan disusul kemudian juga dengan surat edaran Dirjen Dikti, yang nanti saya kira Excellency Director General akan sharing kepada kita semua, tentang perlunya memberikan kelonggaran kepada pemerintah daerah, kabupaten, kota, dan provinsi untuk membuka sekolah sesuai dengan kondisi daerah masing-masing. Karena kita tahu bahwa banyak sekolah-sekolah yang ada di daerah-daerah yang zero kasus COVID-19. Dan itu artinya sekolah-sekolah tersebut dapat dibuka. Tetapi sekali lagi, setiap sekolah, setiap satuan pendidikan dan perguruan tinggi harus melakukan self-assessment terlebih dahulu dengan cermat, memastikan kesiapan untuk melaksanakan pembelajaran tatap muka secara berjenjang, berkoordinasi dengan Dinas Pendidikan Kabupaten Kota dan Provinsi dan gugus tugas COVID-19 Kabupaten Kota dan Provinsi untuk mendapatkan approval apakah proses pembelajaran tatap muka bisa berjalan dengan baik atau tidak. Ini perlu dilakukan karena apa? Karena harus memperhatikan juga kapasitas layanan kesehatan di kabupaten kota dan provinsi. Excellencies, the seminar participants, sengaja saya bicarakan beberapa kebijakan dan usaha perintah di bidang pendidikan pada masa pandemi ini. Dengan harapan ini sebagai pemantik diskusi sesuai dengan topik International Conference ini. Saya yang juga lahir dan masih merupakan bagian dari kampus meyakini betul bahwa budaya berpikir kritis dan reflektif adalah suatu yang mutlak di lingkungan kampus. Dengan adanya acara ini yang khusus mengangkat tema The New Normal on Education, saya berharap dalam seminar nanti lahir pemikiran-pemikiran kritis dan inovatif yang nantinya berkontribusi untuk membangun dan wujudkan dunia pendidikan yang berkemajuan. Rasa optimis saya semakin meningkat setelah melihat para pembicara di forum ini. I know that the guest speakers are coming from around the world, and it's also a challenge for us. In the future, we really need such huge building to deliver the higher education, if we can do it in more efficient way. Karena juga menarik bagi kita, karena kita juga melihat di belahan dunia banyak perguruan tinggi yang harus tutup karena tidak mampu membiayai biaya operasionalnya. Untuk itu, dengan mengharap rahmat dan hidayah Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, saya berharap betul bahwa Second International Conference on Education and Science ini bisa berjalan dengan baik dan memberikan rekomendasi yang konstruktif. Demikian yang dapat kami sampaikan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. God bless all the best to all the speaker and seminar participant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, His Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have our second keynote speaker, His Excellency Minister of Education and Culture, Nadiem Anwar Makarim, BA, MBA, which at this time represented by Director General of Higher Education, Ministry of Education and Culture, Republic of Indonesia, Professor Insinyur Nizam, MSc, PhD.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellency Pak Sartono, Deputy Coordinating Minister of Human Resource, and Dr. Daniswara, Director of Universitas Kristen Indonesia, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you. Once again, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us in these special occasions. First of all, on behalf of Ministry Nadiem Anwar Makarim, he sent his regard and apology for not able to join this special conference. As Prof. Agus just mentioned, we are in a very rapid adaptations to the new normal that we are all facing globally. In the seminars, please allow me to share screen. On the adaptations of higher education institutions during the pandemic in education, research, and community services. We see very rapid transformations in our universities. I just put some of the main strategies and policy in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. First, 1 week after the President announced the first case of COVID-19 in Indonesia on the 2nd of March, 9th of March, the government released a decree to instruct everyone, every school and campus to prevent pandemic spread by study from home, work from home, and doing protective activities or promote healthy habits in schools and campuses. At the same time, we also mobilize and prepare our medical faculties and university hospitals for mitigating the COVID-19 by establishing a testing center for COVID-19. Close to 10,000 tests per day has been conducted by our medical laboratories and medical faculties and university hospitals. And we also prepare university hospitals for COVID-19 patient treatment. And currently, many of the university hospitals is doing a very good job in helping with the patients. And we also prepare 80,000 beds at training centers for self-isolation and quarantine. That is in late March 2020. We already prepare 18,000 beds for self-isolation and quarantine. We also mobilize student volunteers to help with COVID-19 mitigations for doing informations, competitions, and education, because this is the main aspect actually to prevent from the virus spread. And we also mobilize and promote our campus to conduct applied research to mitigate the pandemic, because we know that higher education is actually the center for research and development of the nation. So we mobilize the resources in our campuses to prepare to conduct research related to mitigation of the pandemic. And we also provide support for 816,000 students who are affected by the pandemic, because the pandemic not only affect the health, but also the economy of their parents. We provide this almost 1 million financial support for higher education students, in addition to millions in the basic and secondary education. We also provide free internet access for almost 8 million students and lecturers in the university. For the online learning, we coordinate and collaborate with the Ministry of Communication and Informations, with internet providers to whitelist universities and learning resource sites, so to enable students campuses which might not be ready to conduct online learning. So we provide the national platform to be used freely by universities in doing the online learning.
Prof Nijam, interupsi, mohon maaf untuk share screen-nya belum terlihat Prof Nijam. Yun pangapunten.
Apakah bisa dilihat?
Belum.
Saya sudah share screen. Atau saya keluar dulu, nanti masuk lagi. Apakah screen-nya sudah bisa dilihat?
Belum, Prof. Nizam. Belum.
Belum Prof Nizam nih kok.
Baik, kalau begitu
Dan
saya harus riset, berarti saya harus keluar dulu sebentar, nanti saya masuk lagi, mohon maaf.
Oh ngaten nggih, mboten dados menapa Prof. Dipun teng matur nuwun rawuhipun Prof Agus Sartono. Nggih. Ini sebentar menika untuk tim karena kendala teknis dengan perangkatnya jadi harus support. Demikian. Monggo untuk host matur nuwun semuanya untuk partisipan.
Sorry for the technical trouble. I'll try to share my screen again. Can you see the screen?
Not yet, Prof. Nizam.
Okay. Anyway, so I will not use the proper presentations if that is the case. So I'll just continue my presentations without sharing the screen. So the government prepare the support for university implementing the online learning by providing a national platform for course delivery available with the MOOC, with the all the resources. In terms of modules, more than 3,000 modules are available in the national platform in Sparta. And within a few months, the university also like to share their resources. So the spirit of sharing, the spirit of gotong royong is strong during this pandemic. But education is not just about learning. So we have to students like soft skills, like leaderships, and their wholeness of being university students. So beyond online, we have to give meaning to educations. So we try to provide that through many ways. First, the online learning itself, the student actually can take courses not only from their own faculty or from their own university, but they can also take lectures from other universities. Like we have the webinars. We can host or we can interact between universities, between students from one university to the other through online collaboration. The online learning can take courses from other campus, as well as students can collaborate from campus to campus. And we promote students to join volunteers, and thousands of students join this volunteer activity. And also project. Many of the student projects in addressing pandemic like preparing the mask, face shields, masks, and also preparing for disinfectants, and many things that students can do through project, through their activities, as well as assisting their lecturers, their professors in developing medical equipments. So this has been a very activities for students and lecturers. And beyond online education, we also see, especially in the medical students, more than 15,000 medical students apply to the volunteer activity from medical faculties, nursing, public health, pharmacy, psychology, midwifery. They join hand in hand to help the government, to help the local government in mitigating the pandemics. We provide them with the curriculum they follow, although they do it volunteer through online, but we follow the curriculum led by the Faculty of Medicine at Universitas Indonesia. So they get credit for what they do during the voluntary activity. And also students from engineering, students from social sciences, they conduct applied research, they conduct observations, and there a paper regarding the situations, also producing things like hand sanitizer, disinfectants, protective gowns, face shields, masks, and many things, and then distribute that to hospitals, to police stations, and to the public. So they engage closely with the community to help with the pandemic. And also in research and development, we see our universities are doing very well. They develop like ventilators, more than 10 prototypes from universities. And they are not only come as prototype, but they go through trial and now are being produced in manufactured many of industrial partners. So this is a very interesting activities and interesting breakthrough. Although we are pandemic, but the activity of our researchers is beyond expectation. They do a very good job developing medical equipment, rapid tests, using artificial intelligence to track the patients and COVID-19 detection through many innovative devices. And this is not only come as a paper or as a prototype, but go into productions in a very short time. And this has been a very encouraging for us to continue what they do, what our university do beyond the pandemic. And we also see the paper productivity, the research productivity of our campus is also increasing significantly during this pandemic. So we see that the pandemic not only transform our educations to digital educations, but also it unleashed the power and activity of the university, especially in research and development. And many voluntary activities like campus ghost teaching, very good activities, because we know that, as Professor Sartono mentioned, many of schools are not ready with the online learning. So we send students through, because they stay in their home, so they can teach kids around their home, of course, with the big protocols to make sure that transmissions of virus occurs. So more than 10 students currently join the program of Campus Ghost teaching. So the student help assist the teachers in delivering teaching lectures to juniors, to students in elementary and kindergarten schools. And student exchange, we used to have a student exchange, national student exchange. Now we conduct exchange virtually. So it's national virtual student mobility. So students can collaborate and share thought, ideas across universities, even pandemic. We also conduct national virtual career fair, the NVCF. This is the new way of industry, of the world of job hunters to link with students, the new graduates. We conduct the National Virtual Career Fair for full 3 months from May to July, and it's been participated by more than 1,000 students. And it's a good way for the industry to recruit the best talents, as well as for new graduates to get a job. Lesson learned from what we see in the past 7 months, we see that there is a almost instant adaptations of our campuses to adapt to adopt into use technology and delivering courses. And secondly, we see that the creativity out during the pandemic is beyond expectation. It's really amazing, and we have to promote that and continue what we already achieved in the past 7 months. And thousands of invention came out from university, and the spirit of gotong royong, the spirit of working together, helping each other, is very strong. So this spirit will be maintained beyond the pandemic era. So toward the new normal, we have to maintain good practices that we already have and keep adapting ourselves to the pandemic. We could not just hide and not facing this reality. We have to adapt with the new reality by preventing ourselves, by protecting each other, caring each other. Although the class might open, but strict protocols need to be in place, and everyone to be observant to make sure that no transmission of virus occurs during the offline courses, because we also realized that online could not replace anything. Replace something and have some advantage, but not all can go online. Although there are many creativity, many of the campuses like developing virtual reality, augmented reality, enhanced reality for laboratory active practices, for instance, but human to human, people to people connection is not replaceable through online activities. So we permit campus to open, but under a very strict protocols. And if we succeed, student can actually become the ambassador for spread of new normal, the spread of new culture of not like wearing masks, keeping distance, and healthy habit to be in place. If they can be the ambassador for social change, the ambassador for more resilience community, that is what we want to see and expect to see by the support of the university. We can change the society to be more resilient to the pandemics. So with that, I conclude my presentations, and thank you very much for the opportunity. God bless you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor. For a brief moment, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to enjoy performances by students of Faculty of Education and Teacher Training as home to multicultural students, traditional dance performances by students of Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Universitas Kristen, Indonesia.
Nari dendang, toma pa dendang, mapa dendang maka capin makelo kelo, makelo andi daeng, toma lalu dibuang marajayan atau pada salama. Ideologi mangkasa mak dendang deko purani mengala dendang deko purani mengala toma pa dendang lari denda toma pa dendang tanda ala tanda asuru keton lari dendang toma pa dendang maka capim makelong andidan nomadalang dibuang marajayan atau pada salama. Satu cipta, satu rasa, satu jiwa, nanti bersama untuk nusa dan bangsa, yo bangkit bersama.
For a brief moment, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to turn your camera on because we are going to have a photo session. We would like to invite Professor Nizam and Professor Agus Sartono to turn your camera on, and the committee will help us to take picture together from your Zoom room. I'm sure there will be a screen capture by the committee. Please give me signs so that I can count in 1, 2, 3, and then the picture will be taken. Are we ready to go? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna count from 1, 2, 3. Okay, once again. Serious pose or with smiling faces? With smiling faces, okay. 1, 2, 3. Nice. I'm sure beautiful faces. Okay, once again. Slide, okay, because there are so many participants, we're thankful for that. Now we have to take pictures for many slides. Now we're going to slides number 2. The picture will be taken in 1, 2, 3. Okay, once again. Slide 2, once again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, how many slides left? Okay, we're done. 75.
The first slide.
Wow, we have so many slides, so many participants for this international conference. Let's give a big round of applause once again for this International Conference of Education and Science organized by Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Universitas Kristen, Indonesia. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we are coming to the plenary session 1. There will be 3 invited speakers for this plenary session. Mr. Matthew Kenneth Miller from Tokyo University of Foreign Studies, Dr. Nathan Tintel from Dordt University, USA, and Professor Amrin Saragi from Universitas Negeri Medan, Indonesia. And our moderator for this session is Mr. Parlindungan Pardede M. Hum. Before we invite Mr. Parlindungan Pardede to come on stage, allow me to read a brief introduction about him. Mr. Parlindungan Pardede got his bachelor degree in English Literature from Universitas Padjadjaran Bandung, Indonesia, and master degree from Jakarta State University. He has been teaching English at some universities in Indonesia since 1998, and he is now a permanent lecturer at the English Education Department of Universitas Kristen, Indonesia. Major subjects he used to teach include research, methodology, language skills, and English literature. His research interests cover writing and reading skills, blended learning, critical thinking in ELT, and use of fiction in ELT. He established a Journal of English Teaching, or simply called JET, in 2011 and served as its editor-in-chief in 2015 to 2019. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Parlindungan Pardede. Give a big round of applause for our moderator today.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, on behalf of the second ICES committee, our host and I warmly welcome you all to this first plenary session. We are grateful to have this session because two outstanding speakers will share two inspirational different topics for us. Actually, we were supposed to have three speakers in these sessions. Unfortunately, one of them, Dr. Nathan Tintel, could not join us for certain circumstances. However, the two speakers that we are having now, I believe, will inspire us with their inspirational ideas. And then in this, during this session, the host and I will serve you all. But before we start the presentation, let me inform you the procedure for these sessions. First, the two speakers will present their topic in about 25 minutes each. Audience are welcome to address questions during the presentation by writing in the chatting room of Zoom or YouTube we are using. And since the first speaker, Mr. Matthew, cannot join us synchronously, we will listen to his presentation through a video later. In the discussion sessions, in the question and answer sessions later, you can address the questions only to Professor Amrin, the second speaker. While the questions to Mr. Matthew will be collected by the committee and then sent to him via email. Once again, the question and answer session will be held soon after the second presentation finished, during which Professor Amri will reply every question addressed to him as far as we still have time for it. Before listening to the presentation that will be played by the host through video, let me briefly introduce you all to Mr. Matthew. Mr. Matthew obtained his master's degree in linguistics, or TESOL, from University of Surrey, England. And now he is an English educator who dedicates most of his time as a visiting lecturer in various universities, especially in Japan. He's also a productive writer in the field of English teaching and an active contributor in various conferences worldwide. Today, he will talk about what I should say about two general ideas for most of us, I think. That is about questions and instructions. However, Mr. Matthew will share ideas about how to refocus questions and instructions for deeper learning. Mr. Host, you can start playing Mr. Kenneth's video, please, and beloved audience, have a nice watching.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Miller, and I teach English as a foreign language at Tokyo University of Foreign Studies. I'm very happy to be here at the conference, although virtually. I attended last year and enjoyed it very, very much, and I regret us not being able to be together this year, but I'm looking forward to next year when hopefully we can all be together again. But anyway, what I'd like to share with you today, it's about refocusing questions and instructions for deeper learning. And what I mean by this is, I think that teachers, not just foreign language teachers, but teachers in all fields, I think we are asking the wrong questions, and we are asking our students to do the wrong things. And I'll show you what I mean by that. Have a look at these questions. These are very typical questions that you would find in an English language classroom, whether it's for homework or in-class activities, perhaps even on a test. So for example, that first question, what year was the man born? So, you know, my students would read something or listen to something or watch a video, and then they would have to answer this question. And, you know, this is a very typical type of comprehension question that we might ask. However, it doesn't really require a lot of deep understanding of the material. All they have to do is listen for a year. And all of these questions are similar in that way. They are just listening for or reading for a detail. They don't really need to understand the material very deeply. And even this last set of instructions, translate this from Japanese into English. So when my students do an activity like this, they're looking up every word, translating it from Japanese into English. And at the end of the activity, they don't really have a deep understanding of what they've just translated. And so this is the type of questioning and instruction giving that I'm talking about, that we need to get away from for our students to truly, deeply learn the material and to be able to use that material in a real way. Have a look at this quote. Studies of classroom instruction confirm that only 20% of questions posed by teachers require more than simple factual recall, clearly pointing to a need for more teachers to become familiar with and use higher order questions to encourage deeper learning. And that was so true for me. Most of my questions were those simple factual recall questions that I showed you just before. And very few required, you know, really deep thinking. So that's what I want to show you today, how we can change the way that we're asking our students questions, change the way that we give instructions for activities, homework, even tests. And this is called Bloom's taxonomy of educational objectives, and it shows different kinds of questions. Now, there are several different taxonomies or classifications of types of questions out there. I've chosen Bloom's taxonomy just because it might be the most well-known, and it's pretty much what my questions are now based on. So let's have a look. Number one, this type of question is what I showed you at the beginning. It simply requires them to remember what they've heard or read. They're just recounting facts from the text or the listening. So for example, did they take a train or a bus? What is the main character's name? So again, you know, it doesn't require any thinking. They just have to pick up on the answer. They just have to search for the answer. And there's right and wrong answers to this. There's no gray area, right? And you know, the good thing about questions like this is it's easy for the teacher to grade since it's right or wrong. However, as I said, it doesn't require any deep thinking and thus no deep learning. So let's go up a level to the type 2 questions. These are comprehension questions, understanding. What did the actor mean when he said he was green with envy? And so, you know, I guess one of my students could just look this up in their dictionary, but it still requires a little bit more effort on their part, and thus they're going to learn a little bit more. Or this one, read paragraph 3 again and explain it in just one sentence. So it requires them to understand the paragraph that they read and summarize it, and then use their language skills to summarize it in just one sentence. So you can already tell, just going up a level to this slightly more complex style of question or instructions can lead to a lot more learning. But let's go up another level. Type 3, this is application. So this requires the students not just to understand the material, but to take that material and be able to apply it in a personal way. For example, how would you personally use this information to study better? So perhaps they've listened to or read about study tips. They have to understand that and then try to think of how they can actually use that information. Or the other one, predict what would happen in our town if the government changed the law. So they've read or listened to something about some law, and then they have to imagine the future and the consequences of applying this law. So again, they're using much more complex thinking skills, and it requires them to use their English language in much more complex and real ways. Thus, they're learning more deeply. Okay, let's move up. Number 4, analyzation. So this is where they actually analyze the material that they've been given. So how might the reporter's bias affect the story? Here they're required to use critical thinking skills and imagine what kind of bias the writer would have had. And, or the second one, how does this film use light to communicate mood? And so here they're not even using their comprehension skills. They're looking at the material in a totally different way, from a different perspective, but still having to use their English language skills to explain that. Let's move up to number 5, evaluation. And this is giving opinions, right? So for example, what would you recommend to the main character in the story? I use this type of question a lot when we're reading short stories or novels. I'll stop their reading when the character has a decision to make. And I have them talk about, okay, what if this was you? What would you do in this situation? And again, it requires them to think about themselves and to change their perspective, try to understand the character's perspective, and then express that in English. So they're doing a lot of different things, practicing a lot of different skills here. It's much more difficult, much more complex, but involves a lot of deep learning. Another example, which opinion do you most agree with and why? So asking their opinion about the material is very important. I have a lot of students who come back from studying abroad, and they often tell me, you know, everybody was asking me my opinion about things and I didn't know how to express it. And unfortunately, here in Japan, in our foreign language education system, students are mostly practicing question types 1 and 2. They are very rarely asked to give their opinion about anything. And so when they're in a situation where they have to do that, they're lost. It's not that they don't have an opinion, it's just that they've never practiced giving it or expressing it. And so that's why these types of questions are so important, because this is what they're going to be doing in the real world. Okay, and then the last type, creation. This is where, based on the material that they have read or listened to or watched, they create something. For example, design a lesson plan according to the video suggestions about education. So they watched something about maybe an educational theory, and then they have to create a lesson based on that. Or make a similar recipe, but using ingredients that we can easily get in Japan. So again, maybe they've read a recipe, but they have to change it according to, you know, the kind of food that we can readily get in Japan. Forces them to be creative, use their imagination. And again, unfortunately, foreign language education in Japan doesn't allow the students to be imaginative or creative, and it should, because again, these types of things are what they're really going to be using this language for when they go out into real life, whether they're going to be working abroad or studying abroad, or perhaps using English at work. This is what we should be having our students do with their language. And I just want to say that, you know, this applies to anything, whether you're teaching biology or history or literature or a foreign language. These kinds of questions are what we need to refocus on. Now, I will show you a specific example from a writing course that I teach. Each week, this is just, we do lots of stuff in class, but I'm just going to show you what I give them for homework. I usually give them a newspaper article, magazine article, or perhaps a poem or lyrics from a song, maybe even part of a script from a play or a movie. And then I ask them one of each of the types of questions that I just showed you. And in this course, I make my students aware of these different kinds of questions and give them the skills to answer them well. And so, you know, like I said, my students come to university already being able to answer type 1 and 2 very, very well. So usually we focus on the other 4 types of questions, and I'll show you what they are. So this newspaper article, or newspaper article, is about how to survive a very long flight. And so question number 1, how are most long-haul air carriers configured? So my students don't even need to understand the question. They know that if they search for this keyword, They can find the answer. Configure, okay, here's the answer. They can just copy it down. No learning involved. It's just a matter of searching, copying, pasting. Then question number 2. This requires a little more thought. What does he mean by these phrases? So this involves a couple of idioms. And again, they can scan for the answer, but they have to read this phrase in context to understand it. So a little bit higher level learning going on here. And then look at question number 3. Imagine you are flying from New York or Tokyo to New York. What information from this reading would you try? So this is the where they have to apply it to their own lives. Figure out how this information is useful to them. Number 4, how reliable is the information in this article? What makes you believe the reporter? This involves critical reading skills. I want them to think about, you know, can I trust this information source? How much of this is true? Where did the reporter, in this case, get this information? That kind of thing. Number 5, which piece of advice seems best? Which do you not agree with? This is the opinion thing. I want them to think about how they feel or what their opinion is about this article and be able to express that. And the last one, number 6, give some advice for travelers who must take long trips. This is where they get to be creative. They get to think of their own ideas and share these. And so in the class, I have them email me their answers to the homework so I can check to make sure that they are answering them in a thoughtful and a clear way. And I often write back to them and say, you know, your answer to number 5, could you explain it more clearly, please? I don't understand your opinion here. And so then by the time we come to class and I have them share their answers in small groups, they have pretty good answers. And I've gotten some good feedback about this particular exercise. Each year, many of my students say that this is their favorite thing to do, to talk about the homework in class with their classmates, because it allows them to get to know each other a lot better. If they are just talking about questions 1 and 2, everybody should have the same answers, so you don't get to learn anything about each other. And probably you're not going to remember or maybe even understand anything about this article. However, the questions that require deeper understanding, require personal expression, this helps them not only get to know the material better, it helps them practice their English a lot more and in a real way. And what my students say they enjoy about it the most is that they get to know their classmates a lot better. They make friends through sharing their personal thoughts, experiences, and opinions with each other. Now, so why did I start doing this? What made me aware of the fact that we need to refocus the way we ask questions or give instructions in our classrooms? Well, when I was a high school student, I had an amazing history teacher who, you know, up until this class, all of my history classes were just memorizing dates and names and places. And it was totally uninteresting to me. I never liked history before until this class. And it was because he asked the higher order questions. Of course, we still had to remember the dates and the places and the names. However, most of the class was spent talking about our opinion about these historical events, or answering questions like, imagine you were a high school student at this time when this historical event took place. What would you have done? How would you have felt? Those kinds of questions, and we discussed them. And that was the first time I loved history. It was the first time that I understood why we need to study history, why history is important to us, today, how we can apply it to our lives, because he asked all of these different types of questions in that class. Now, as a university student, I wasn't aware of what he was doing, of course. It's only now, as a teacher, that I can look back and think, oh, wow, he was brilliant. He did that on purpose, and I want to do that in my classes. And so many years ago, I remember teaching a listening course, and I was giving a test, and the students had to listen to a radio show. And it was a young woman talking about a really funny story that happened between her and her father. And as I was watching my students, you know, all of them had very serious faces, and they were, you know, working really hard trying to answer all the questions. And then I noticed one young man who was smiling and laughing. And I thought, he's the only one who thinks this is funny. So after the test was over, I went up to him and I said, I noticed you were laughing. Did you think it was funny? And he said, yes, I really enjoyed this listening. It was so funny. And, but I was so involved in the story that I forgot to write the answers down on the test. I think I failed the test. And I told him, you know what? I'm giving you an A because your laughter showed me that you understood the listening. And you know, all those other students, they got all the right answers, but at the end of the listening, did they really understand what they listened to? Because they didn't laugh. So I think they didn't really know what was going on. That one kid who was laughing was the only one who really understood. And that made me realize I am asking the wrong questions on my tests. So to this day, I still use that listening sometimes on tests, but the questions are different. Now, the questions are something like, what's your opinion of this radio program? Or imagine you are that young woman. How would you feel if this happened to you and your father? Or tell me about a funny story about one of your parents. Stuff like that. And you know, it still requires them to understand the listening, but it requires them to do so much more. They have to apply it to themselves or express their opinion. And I find, you know, much better results. And I get to know my students' level, what they're strong at, and what they need work with from these types of tests. So I hope you are convinced of thinking about refocusing the kinds of questions and instructions that you give your students. And again, I just want to say, this is not just for foreign language learning. It can be applied in any field. And, you know, as I gave you the example of my high school history class, my teacher did it in a history class, and it was a very meaningful class to me. I still remember it very much. So anyway, if you have any questions or comments or ideas about this topic, please feel free to contact me at this email address. Also, I have a Twitter account and I tweet about language, about education, and so you can contact me at either of those places. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I hope you enjoyed the rest of the conference today. Bye-bye.
All right. What an interesting presentation. Thanks to Mr. Kenneth. And dear participants, you have seen that how Kenneth showed us to refocus what we are supposed to know as a common thing, that is questions and instructions, but he showed us that we can optimize using them for deeper learning, especially by applying them to develop thinking skills, in this case, in relation to Bloom's taxonomy. If you are curious to know more, or if you have questions related to the topic, feel free, once again, to write in the chatting platform of our Zoom and YouTube. The committee will collect your questions and then send it to Mr. Kenneth, and Mr. Kenneth will reply all of them, we hope. All right, dear audience, we are now prepare ourselves for our second speaker. Before Professor Amrin Saragi, our second speaker, present his topic, let me provide you a general introduction to him, because it is impossible for me to read all the list of his achievement and publications. There are so many, so I'll mention only the most common one. Professor Amrin Saragi obtained his PhD in linguistics from La Trobe University, Melbourne, Australia in 1996. He has been teaching in the Faculty of Language and Arts of Medan State University since 1982. Besides teaching in various postgraduate programs in many universities in Indonesia, he is also an active researcher and writer in linguistics. Since 2014, he serves as the head of linguistic postgraduate study program of Medan State University. Today, Professor Saragi will share his ideas about how to enhance national unity through the integration of critical literacies and systemic functional linguistics in language learning. So once again, the topic is actually common to us. It concerns with critical literacies and systemic functional linguistics. But now, Professor Saragi will show us how we can use them to enhance national unity. What an amazing topic, actually. Professor Saragi, we know it might be a little bit hard to present such a complex topic in a very limited time, but we do hope and we believe you can share your main points of the topic in about 25 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to warmly welcome Professor Saragi. Prof, all the audience is yours. Good luck.
Yes, thank you very much, Pak Pardede. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The topic that I would like to share, as displayed, is integration of critical literacies into language learning material as a means of enhancing national unity in the social context of Indonesia. What I would like to share with you are three aspects. One is a short introduction to critical literacy itself, then things related to text-based language learning as inspired by systemic functional linguistics, of course, and then see the social context in Indonesia at the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have as the starting point is critical literacy itself as the intersections of critical literacy with global and multicultural educations. Historically, when we talk about the global educations developed in response to international issues, while multicultural education to national minority struggles. And the goals of global education is to enable students to learn about their rights and responsibility and prepare them with the skill to for democratic participation from local level to global one then. And as a whole, can say that the goal of multicultural education is addressing issues related to race, culture, language, social class, gender, disability, and many others elements. Now, to critical literacies, what we mean by critical literacy, I define in here is that cultural, social, and political practices examining the relationship of language to power in text. Also, when we talk about critical literacy, it covers the use of print and other media technologies to analyze, critique, and transform the norms, rule system, and practices governing the social bit of institutions and everyday life. Now, text-based language learning. The area of language learnings are: one, learning to use language. Secondly, learning through language. And thirdly, learning about language or usage. This is the point which is deeply rooted in the systemic functional linguistic theory. Though number one and number two have been in our traditions in Indonesia, but number one and three, sorry, but number two is a new one, a new area to language learning, that is learning through language. So in our field of language learning, particularly English language learning, what we are going to do is that learning to use language or to mean, learning how to link the strata of semantics, lexicogrammar, phonology, and graphology. That's the first area that we have then. Now, we have so far three kinds of syllabus: situational syllabus, notional syllabus, and functional syllabus. These are three areas that we commonly refer when we learn language, or in other words, when we teach our learner to speak language. Secondly, is that learning language covers the area in learning reality. That is to say that when we learn language, be it first language, second language, or foreign language, we learn various domains, because the text that we teach our students is not an empty one. It has been filled with reality. And that means our learners learn various domains, field or discipline, cognition, emotion, values, cultures, and ideology in the text. Secondly, when they learn a language, they learn to learn socio-cultural aspects in the first language with those in other languages, particularly in the target language. So meaning that when we learn a foreign language, it's not merely learning the foreign language, but learn to see how our first language or mother tongue then. And when we learn a foreign language, means we learn to realize of being imprisoned by lexicogrammatical, if you like, then we are jailed anyway in one language, and we try to understand the situations in the target language and compare with our first language then. And semiotically, learners interpreted how one point in the target language being learned be a comparison to see things in his or her foreign language. Thirdly, of course, this has been the classical one we do in Indonesia. We learn about language, which is usage then. So learning the mechanism of language, certain patterns, singular and plural, that sort of things then. It has been the traditional we do that. So again, learning to use language, learning reality and learning about language, which is usage then. Now, to systemic functional linguistics. Systemic functional linguistics is the basis for text-based language learning, in which we have the theory, or if you like then, that language exists in the social context, and social context and language terms what we call semiotic one then, construal semiotic if you like then. That is to say that social context is dependent on language, and in its turn language again is dependent on language then. So when we talk about social context, we cover at least these three areas: the area of ideology, genre, situation, and then language itself then. In detail, I just want to show that when we talk about language, we really cover this area: semantic, lexical grammar, phonology in the case of spoken language, graphology in the case of spoken written language, and sign in case sign language then. So we cover them all. In other words, learning a language means learning elements of language itself, covering semantic, lexical grammar, phonology, graphology, and sign, and learning the social context of the language, which is situations, genre, and ideology. Now, related to that, learning a language also means indirectly learning how to draw experience, covering how to represent your experience, how to link your experience, how to exchange your experience, how to organize your experience. So that's basically the contents of the material that we're going to do. So simply, this is how it works in the systemic functional division. Now, let's see what is the context of Indonesia at the moment. So, well, it's been in the fact that we are facing that some sort of problem, some sort of threat in our national unity because of disintegration, because of group radicalism and intolerance. Now, language learning should participate in this case to solve the problem, because we are not just learning about language or learning to use language, but also learning reality. We have our ideology, which is the ideology of Pancasila, that has been united us all. But in the last 5 years, 7 years, if you like that, there's some sort of threat. Then, of course, there's something wrong in the practice of our educations. And therefore, we, language teachers or English language teachers specifically, should play a role in weaving this national unity. So that means we integrate language learning and critical literacy. Our objective is to affirm pluralisms and promote equity and social justice for all members of the society at the social level, at the national level, and to learn the rights and responsibility, and to prepare with skill for democratic participants from the local and national level to the global one. Now, with respect to language learning or English language learning, for example, what function should we do as teachers or lecturers? This is how we realize that one day. Then when language learning is based on text or text-based language learning, then that would mean we have a possibility of presenting the material through genre or coding the text in genre at various levels. For example, it can be the genre of descriptions, explanation, procedures, or whatever. And then we also realize that sort of language with respect to the element of the process, participant, circumstance, ideas, or whatever terminology with respect to language then. Now, here it is. This is our experience at the Universitas Negeri Medan. So first, at the first stage, we just take simple things. For example, take food, attires, selected as the simple thing through which we can address critical literacy through systemic functional linguistics. Take, for example, the food of the Batak, traditional Batak, for example, the arsik, which is, fish being cooked in such a way, in the Batak way, if you like them. And then we have this sort of, in Sumatra Utara, for example, in North Sumatra, we are familiar with this kind of food, traditional food from the Javanese. And then also the ulos or the gotong from the Batak and blankon or whatever's in there. We choose one then, and then we try to present that in a certain genre, be it description genre. So student will read the text about this traditional food or traditional attires, for example. That's the first stage. At the second stage, we consider multiple viewpoints or dimensions addressed to the student. And we expect that the student would respond to the following problem. Simple question, for example, how do you like the arsik food of the Batak, for example? How do you like the lontong of the Javanese, for example? How do you like the food in the way you do? What aspect are worth noting as being special about the food? Why do the Bataks or the Javanese, for example, prepare the food in the way they do? And there is some sort of interactions among the students, be it group discussions or individual responses to that sort of questions. That's at the second stage then. At the third stage, there's some sort of focusing on the socio-political matters dimensions. That's the point that is addressed. The students are asked much deeper about ideological problem. For example, question, is it fair to discriminate people by their food? Is it fair to discriminate people by their taste? Is it fair to discriminate people by their ideology? Is it fair to discriminate people by their ancestor, for example? In such a case, there is a discussion, a group discussions or individual interactions about the point. And in this case, teachers, of course, participated how far to give deeper understanding of cultural or group problems in our society. Then at the fourth stage, where taking action and promoting social justice dimension is addressed, the students in group are asked to carry out the following agenda, where understanding cultural values are addressed as the following. For example, write a pamphlet saying that it is not fair to discriminate people by their food or attire. Write poster saying that any group ideology is by itself unique. Write a pamphlet that is much more natural to have unity in diversity rather than forcing unity. And then write a petition, for example, claim that radicalism and intolerance will lead to national disintegration. So in this case, teacher will have much more creativity. So my point is we start from simple thing because the simple thing has been filled with cultural and ideological aspect, and this can be used to as a material for language learning and to address so that we can enhance our national unity. The Universitas Negeri Medan, we have these 6 assignment, routine assignment, critical book review, critical journal reviews, minor research, idea engineering. Well, the one I love is idea engineering. We try our student to, we ask our student to develop some sort of idea through which they can make up, innovative thinking to respond to the present situation of social context in Indonesia. And finally, we have projects. Ladies and gentlemen, critical literacies, language learning and systemic functional linguistics are three elements which are potentially elaborated to address our present situations. Our main point is how to enhance our national unity and to find out how we can solve the problem. This is a special practice in education. So teaching learners meaning of text critically as a conclusion. Number one, teaching learners meaning of text critically, by which learners become aware and appreciate different values by others and with the others in fair ways then. However, we need to have that no neutral or value-free text as inherently a text has been loaded by the meaning of social context. As I mentioned previously, that any text, any word is there has been loaded with meaning of context of situations, culture, and ideology. Critical literacy potentially combined with text-based language learning to address social issues such as national integration of Indonesia. So lexicogrammatical and textual aspect need enhancing in the context of functional grammatics, in the context of parent language learning. Then finally, I conclude that further studies should be done to investigate the effectiveness of language learning materials developed in integration with principles of critical literacy. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all the point that I would like to share with you in this conference. Thank you very much for your attention.
All right. Thank you very much for the inspirational presentation, Prof. I guess most of us, most of the audience are enlightened by the new ideas. Even I myself, I have never thought that English teaching could be utilized, could be used to contribute to the effort of to national unity. And while waiting for the committee to collect the questions, Prof, can you please provide let's say practical ideas, how can English teachers can use their teaching to contribute to national unity? You have actually explained in your presentation that you can use English education, English teaching to familiarize one's group ID, just like including arsik, blankon to the materials included in the teaching, or we can also we need also to use the materials, the teaching, the English teaching to promote social justice dimension. To make it clearer, could you please, Prof, because not all of the audience have a linguistic background, could you please provide us, let's say, practical ideas how English teachers can use their classes to contribute to national unity. Thank you.
Right. Any word, any text, if you like, then I just want to use term text, which means it can be a word, it can be a phrase, it can be a sound, it can be a clause, it can be a sentence or paragraph. So any text has been loaded with the meaning of situations, culture, and ideology. So when we present a text, when we ask our learner to learn a text, that means they are learning situational aspects, cultural, and ideology in the text. Then we can say that what is language learning actually is not only learning language, not only learning the world, but also learning not only learning the word, but learning the world, if you like that. So not only learning the vocabulary, the sound system, the syntax, subject, verb, object, but we learn culture, we learn ideology through language. Now, once we give this to our students, then this is a good forum for us to discuss. I just take an example of traditional Batak food, which is arsik, cooked in a special ways by the Batak. And also in North Sumatra, we have the lontong, for example. What is it made of? And this is just a symbolism, a symbolic ways of thinking. And we can discuss about this. We can extend our discussion related to whatever it is, social or cultural or political aspects then. And we combine together by which we have a good discussion. Because some people like arsik, others do not. Then the question is, how can we manipulate these sort of things then to make unity? Because we don't want to discriminate people because of their taste, because of their group, their identity. We should unite all this in our beautiful country, the Republic of Indonesia. That's what's the main point that I would like practically, if you ask me practically. So let me give an example, Pak Pardede. Now, in Indonesia, we raise a question like this one then. Tadi malam Bapak tidur pukul berapa? Tadi malam Bapak tidur pukul berapa? Then we say pukul 11. This is really not true. Ini tidak benar sesungguhnya. Sebab kalau kita tahu tidur jam 11, bermakna kita belum tidur. Hanya Tuhan yang tahu pukul berapa kita tidur tadi malam. English, bahasa Inggris, speakers of English do not raise such a question. They raise questions, what time did you go to bed? Pergi ke tempat tidur yang kita tahu. Tidurnya kita tidak tahu. Tuhan yang tahu. So that means there are two perspectives we need to discuss them. And that's a good forum where we can discuss perspective. Forum untuk mendiskusikan perspektif yang berbeda, mencari titik temu. And that's an important aspect in education. Sebab kita tak biasakan kita memiliki konsep yang berbeda untuk didiskusikan. I think that's the underlying matters at the moment in our education. Similarly, because when you learn English, you don't just learn English, but you try to understand your own language. Kita belajar bahasa Inggris tidak semata-mata belajar bahasa Inggris itu, tetapi belajar melihat bagaimana bahasa Inggris bisa kita gunakan menambah wawasan dan mengubah, merancang bangun bahasa Indonesia. Let me take another example. Well, Indonesian will raise such a question, kapan Anda lahir? So that's how we raise questions in bahasa Indonesia. The reality is that's kapan Anda lahir. Tapi pemakai bahasa Inggris tidak pernah lahir. There is the question, when were you born? Kapan Anda dilahirkan? Mereka semua dilahirkan, kita lahir. Okay, which is another way of the discussion in such a case then. Okay, so that's of interest to discuss about that. Okay, why? Because that's our culture, and that things that we're going to discuss then. Kami pergi ke pesta itu dan makan ayam, makan kambing, things like that one day. Itu biasa dalam our culture, but not in English. Penutur bahasa Inggris tidak makan ayam. Mereka memakan ya gulai ayam. Ya. Mereka tak memakan kambing, tapi dagingnya yang mereka konsumsi. We had beef, we had mutton. Tapi kita kan kambingnya yang kita makan atau ayam yang kita makan. So that's another problem. We need to discuss. There's a forum for us to discuss that, and that is the point. Jadi kalau Pak Pardede memiliki semacam pemikiran dalam negara kita ini, maka saya juga memiliki pemikiran. Kita berdiskusi, we discuss, and the difference we come to an understanding that here we go, we are in the same country, in this community. We need to be together to build up our country. And that's what I mean by enhancing national unity in the context of Indonesia. So very simple one then, from traditional food, from traditional attire, you can move up to various aspects addressed in our social context of Indonesia. So that's my point, Pak Pardede.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof, for the inspirational answer. And let me read questions from Siti Aminah, even though it is not closely related, but still in the same topic, I think. Mr. Amrin Sawagi, thank you for the interesting presentation. I'm Siti Aminah from Moha. My question is related to the phenomenon of regional languages that has disappeared in society. Nowadays, many local languages have lost their speakers. Young generation are not interested in using their local language. What should we do? You can answer it, reply to it directly, Prof, before I read another questions to you. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Dan. I think the best solution is through education. Education, that will be the prime means through which we try to internalize our local languages. Well, any language, as I have displayed, as you have seen in the display, any language is loaded with aspects of situations, aspects of culture, and aspects of ideology. So never think that the word mother is identical with Ibu in English, because culturally and ideologically, the word Ibu and mother are really different, okay? So if you ask me semantically, is mother and Ibu the same? My answer is yes. So when you ask me, apakah ibu dalam bahasa Indonesia, dan I will respond to that. Ibu adalah wanita dewasa yang potensial melahirkan, mengasuh bayi, dan menyusuinya. Okay, in English, yes, I also respond in such a case. What's a mother? A mother is an adult female, potentially delivers baby, breastfeed the baby, nurtures the baby. But when it comes to culture, kalau masuk ke budaya, mulai berbeda. Because ibu in bahasa Indonesia, we can say ibu kota. But in English, I think we don't have mother city, but we have motherland, yeah, ibu pertiwi, which is more or less similar. The level of culture, yes, still similar. But when we go up to ideology, then we have different things then. So say, for example, in Bahasa Indonesia, we have the terminology, we have the expressions of surga itu di telapak kaki ibu. So heaven is associated to a mother's feet, but not in English. Dalam bahasa Inggris orang bingung kalau Anda katakan heaven is on your mother's feet. So symbolically, that's how we appreciate our mother. Sebab kalau surga berada di telapak kaki ibu, budaya ideologi Indonesia, lalu apalagi dia di ubun-ubun seorang ibu. That's how we appreciate that one day. So when we speak bahasa Batak, when you speak Japanese, when you speak Malays, indeed you have had yourself in the jail, dalam penjara berpikir ideologi sesuatu bahasa itu. Jadi kalau suatu bahasa hilang, if a language vanish, if a language finish, that means we loses the ideology, culture in that language. So you can imagine at the moment we have, well, the late, I think around 700 local languages then. Around 700 local languages in Indonesia. You can imagine that 700 richness of ideology in Bahasa Indonesia, in our local languages then, to support Bahasa Indonesia. So when you know that there are so many ideologies, there's so many cultural aspects only in one language, then you would say, aha, we need to love our language. We need to maintain our language because it's there to keep our heritage. And in such a way, then you'll have a feeling, I need to have my language myself then. But in the context of Indonesia, you are supposed not only to have local languages, but you need to prioritize Bahasa Indonesia, and also you need to learn foreign languages by which you can interact with international communities. So I think that's the policy in Indonesia, to love your local languages, to prioritize Bahasa Indonesia, and to learn foreign languages. Put that in such a framework, then we are in a very stable situation in Indonesia. That's my response, Pak Pardede.
Thank you, Prof. I do hope, and I guess that Ibu Siti Aminah has got the answer quite clearly. And there are some other questions, Prof, and still, since we have around 15 more minutes, I do hope that you don't mind to reply to some more. Now, I have combined 3 questions into one. Here is the next question. You have shown us in your presentation that some factors play the roles threat of our national disintegration, including geographical factor, cultural diversity. But we are curious why you put educational malpractice as one of the factors that threat to the national disintegration. Is it because our educational system, especially some years in the past, focus on learning for examination? Or do you think that it is because the learning in our school focus on focusing on learning for examination, but not for developing thinking, for literacy, as you have explained to us? Would you please make it clear? Thank you.
Yes, I'm talking about the practice of education in large areas there. I mean, in general, not necessarily in formal educations, but it can be in informal situations then where we are not ready to accept differences. And because we have a feeling, them, us, me, him or her, things like that one then. So we are not yet ready to accept differences, because in various ways we say they're different from others, and this is the main problem, I think, then. So that's the reason I start from the traditional things then, such as food, attire, simple thing, village. You like, of course, you love your village, you love your environment, but that doesn't mean that you don't want others to love their environment, of course, in such a way. In other words, what is my point is to try to solve the problems of differences. So in my opinion, we are not yet addressed properly differences. What we are poor is just similarities rather than differences in large sense then. And one of the very, very powerful thing to address this is language, because language is there to be loaded with any aspects of life there. So once you can have some sort of compromise, some sort of discussions, then we are in a situation to be together. And that is the point, I think, in our Pancasila ideology then. So how to solve this sort of differences. That's what I mean by malpractice in education, in large and not necessarily informal, but in informal one then, because sometimes we say few expression to children, and I believe, we're really different. And that's the reason causing hostility and problems of sort of things then in our society then. So yes, my point is language is a very fundamental thing to use to address differences, to weave, untuk menenun, untuk membangun kesatuan nasional for our unity. That's my point, Pak Pardede.
So, do you mean to say that actually in the language learning, we should optimize the language learning to address differences, to talk about, to discuss about differences between among the students themselves? Differences should not be avoided, but differences should be discussed. Do you mean to say that, Prof?
Yes, that's one point. But again, I have mentioned 3 areas of language learning. Yeah. So first, that's what we call learning to use language. Jadi arena pembelajaran bahasa itu adalah belajar menggunakan bahasa. Learning to use language. That's in the terminology of language learning we say use. Secondly, we learn about language. We learn to use language, which is use. We learn about language, which is grammar. We learn grammar. We learn patterns, subject, verb, object, adjective, noun, that sort of things. That's learn about language. And then the latest development, particularly in systemic functional theory, we learn through language, because the language we learn is not just word, it's not just sound, it's not just pattern, it's not just rule, but reality is there. And that what sort of reality? That's what we call context of situations, culture, and ideology. It has been built in data. And this is the best point through which language teachers, language education enter the problem then. In other words, language teachers should be provided with ability to make use learning through language by which we can address social aspects, social context. So teachers, language teachers are persons who are provided with the ability to address all these sort of things. That not only learning grammar or learning word or learning this sort of sentence patterns or whatever in our case then. Okay. That's my point.
Okay, Prof. Thank you very much. So I got the point. It is not enough to teach our students to master English, for instance, only for communications, especially if the teaching is a kind of the parroting technique, let's say that. But they should also learn about the nuances, the different meaning of a word. They should also, I mean to say, it is not enough if the students learn language only as a means of communication, but they should also learn through the language and learn about the language itself. The last question, possibly, Prof. It is said that our educational system still lacks of the development of critical thinking and creativity. So the question is, can you give practical, again, Prof, practical suggestion how to hone or to develop students' critical thinking and creative thinking to English language learning at schools? Thank you.
Well, I think this is of interest, Pak Pardede. In the 21st century, the 4 CS are of important element in our education: critical, creativity, collaborative, and communicative, that sort of things, and critical. Now, my point is this one then. What does it mean by being critical? You see the point in the social context of Indonesia, that when you criticize someone, then it's not really a criticism, it's some sort of protest then. Kita tak terbiasa dengan kritik. Kalau dikritik, merah muka, angkat tinju, dan berkelahi, that sort of things then. Because we are not yet ready for criticisms then. So when you criticize, and in our context of Bahasa Indonesia, we say kritik membangun, or constructive criticism, which is a very funny word for English speakers, I think, because I say when you criticize something, when you criticize an idea, that means you need to do 3 things. One is you look at the good side. If say that I have an idea, I have a concept, I have a theory, then if someone would like to criticize me, that means he would be doing 3 things. Firstly, he would be honestly stating what is the strength of my theory. Secondly, what is the weaknesses of that theory? And thirdly, what sort of suggestion can you make up so that I can maintain the strength of my story and I can avoid the weaknesses of my story? That is what we call to criticize them. But if you just say the bad things, I think what you're doing is to protest or to claim that it's not some sort of criticizes. So critically, that means you look at from a very whatever standpoint and comes up with the very 3 things what I mentioned just now. So critically, yes, language is very critical one. When you learn a language, it's needed that you are very critical about that sort of things. Very open, when I lecture to my students, I just make an anecdote. I would be saying like this one then, can you see the difference between I and saya? Then I say, oh, it's just the same. But I say that I said to my student, saya in Bahasa Indonesia is a very strong one, because saya can be put under whatever circumstances then. You can have saya mengirim surat, you can say surat saya, then you can say kepada saya. So this saya is very strong. But in English, this I is not very strong, because sometimes you will have I, but you cannot say to I, it must be to me. Jadi kalau I berkawan dengan noun, dia tak kuat, harus berubah menjadi my. So we say my book. Then you don't say to I, but to me. I look at it critically from the standpoint of semiotics then. So it's a very nice discussion to us then with reference to grammar. Also, when someone is addressing selamat pagi, but English speakers would be saying good morning, no matter under whatever circumstances. So one is a matter of selamat and another one is good. Okay, so we can have a very nice discussions about this one then. So yes, we look at it from various perspectives critically. And that's the point that I argue, that when you learn English, you don't really just learn English, but you try to understand your bahasa Indonesia, your local language or whatever is that. So language learning is, if you like, interdisciplinary things then, interdisciplinary subject. So an English teacher would have grammar jika satu bahasa digunakan untuk sejarah. The grammar would be very different from the grammar of kimia, for example, or chemistry. So a text in history would be using lexicogrammatical aspect differently from that of history. So we address that sort of thing then. So language is really what we call knowledge carrier. Bahasa itu adalah penghela ilmu pengetahuan. Bahasa menunjukkan kalau kimia digunakan, grammarnya berbeda. And that's looked at critically from the standpoint of systemic functional linguistics. So we don't just learn this is the subject, verb, object, that sort of things. Let me give a very simple example, Pak Pardede. Is really my wife, my book, and my nose the same grammatically? Yes, with respect to formal grammar. Bila dilihat dari tata bahasa formal, my book, my wife, my nose, this is just the same. Possessive adjective plus noun. My, possessive adjective. Book, noun. Wife, noun. Nose, noun. But they're really different. Tapi ketiganya ini berbeda. My book, that is possession. I have a book. That's what it is there. But when you say my wife, no, it's not really I have a wife, but I say someone function or someone position herself as a wife to me. But when I say my nose, that's something else then. It's not some sort of possessions, but alienation. When we can test it out in critically, tidak sama hubungan antara my book, my wife, dan my nose. Jika saya punya buku, when I have a book, I can put the book somewhere. Saya bisa letakkan buku itu di tempat lain, saya di tempat lain. My wife, istri juga bisa. Tetapi my nose tidak bisa. You cannot put your nose somewhere else and you're in another side. When you have a book, you can burn the book, you can throw away the book, you can do whatever to the book, but not to your right. At least we have, ada sanksi hukum. Kalau saya punya buku, maka buku itu bisa saya buang, bisa saya campakkan, bisa saya tendang, tapi istri tak bisa. Sekurang-kurangnya ada sanksi hukum untuk itu. Jadi hubungan antara my wife dan my book tidak sama. My book itu milik, my wife seseorang berfungsi atau berposisi istri kepada saya. Dan my nose bukan milik saya, bagian dari badan saya. So grammatically, they are the same. But when we look at it critically, we have different perspective. And by that, dan menggunakan itu, kita bisa membedakan apa bedanya iklan sampo dan iklan rokok. When you look at just the form, they're just the same. But by using systemic functional linguistics, we can find out, here we go, the grammar of iklan sampo berbeda dengan iklan rokok. Bahasa koran A berbeda dengan koran B. Novel A berbeda dengan in such a way. That's what we call look at the language critically. And when you look at it in that way, then you're quite familiar. Ada bahasa yang sangat istimewa. Dan bahasa yang sangat istimewa itulah membuat kita menghargainya. I love my local language, my language, bahasa Batak, because I have a very important ideologies in that. I think other speakers of Japanese, they love it because they have specifics in that. Persoalannya ialah orang belum paham apa kehebatan bahasa Batak, apa kehebatan bahasa Nias misalnya. Itu yang tidak kita ungkap. That's the point that we are not yet ready to reveal and to discuss in the educational forum. That once we can do that, we have richness of thought, feeling, or appreciation to our society. I think that's my point, Pak Pardede.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Actually, there are some other questions, even though I have tried to combine them in the previous questions. And dear audience, unfortunately, the time for this session is over. We do hope that one day we can have Professor Saragih in a special, let's say in a special seminar or a kind of general special lecture in order to get more insights from him. Thank you very much again, Prof, for the inspirational ideas. And yeah, and thank you for being for your full attention, dear audience. And now I give the time to the MC. I return it to the MC. Thank you very much. And give a big applause to Prof. Saragih.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pardede, and for the invited speakers for wonderful sessions. I believe that each and everyone here must have gotten so many beneficial and interesting things from the presentation. And thank you also for those who have asked questions and given comments. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have a break time, but first allow me to share some parallel session information. Today, December 9th, 2020 is parallel session 1. And for parallel session 2 and 3, the schedule is tomorrow, which is Thursday, December 10th. After lunch, all presenters for parallel session 1, please join the respective Zoom room, which has been determined before. For presenters of parallel session 2 and 3, please register tomorrow via the respective Zoom meeting link with the schedule as followed. Parallel session 1 is from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Parallel session 2 is from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Now, please enjoy your break time and see you in this main room tomorrow after parallel session 2 and 3. Have a nice day and great presentation. God bless you.
Bapak Ibu yang kami kasihi, selamat menikmati makan siang. Sambil kita menikmati makan siang, mari kita bersatu hati menyanyikan lagu untuk Ibu Meta. Happy birthday to you.
Salam bahagia. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Kristen Indonesia mempunyai 8 program studi. 1. Program studi bimbingan dan konseling. 2. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris. 3. Program studi pendidikan matematika. 4. Program studi pendidikan biologi. 5. Program studi pendidikan agama Kristen. 6. Program studi pendidikan fisika. 7. Program studi pendidikan kimia. Dan 8. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Mandarin. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Kristen Indonesia FKIP UGI mempunyai visi menjadi fakultas yang unggul di bidang pendidikan dan pengajaran, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat berbasis teknologi, informasi, dan komunikasi yang adaptif dan perkembangan ilmu dengan teknologi berdasarkan Pancasila dan nilai-nilai Kristiani se-Jabodetabek pada tahun 2025. Misi FKIP UGI 1. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan, pengajaran, dan pelatihan yang berkualitas, inovatif, adaptif terhadap perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. 2. Menyelenggarakan penelitian di bidang ilmu pendidikan, pengajaran, dan bidang keilmuan lainnya. 3. Menyelenggarakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat yang berguna
bagi kebutuhan dan pengembangan potensi masyarakat yang berkelanjutan. 4. Menyelenggarakan kerjasama dengan institusi terkait baik dalam maupun luar negeri. Salam bahagia, salam Pancasila. Terima kasih.
Kami menyadari sepenuhnya bahwa dunia sudah berubah, Indonesia pun sudah berubah, dan oleh karenanya UKI pun harus berubah. Untuk itu kita mempersiapkan diri untuk menjadi universitas berskala internasional. Transformasi sudah dilakukan, perbaikan-perbaikan pun juga sudah dilakukan. Sekarang UKI dengan dukungan teknologi tinggi menjadi satu universitas yang unggul khususnya di bidang tridharma perguruan tinggi, yaitu pembelajaran, penelitian, dan pengabdian masyarakat. Saya berkeyakinan dan mengimani bahwa UKI menjadi UKI yang hebat. UKI hebat.
Tahun-tahun kemarin itu ada COVID. Tadi udah tutup itu. Udah perlu Pak. Katanya langsung Mas. Udah ganti baju. Enggak pakai dosa. Enggak masuk kamera. Tadi kan udah itu. Aku udah ngomong tadi itu. Sini.
Baik Bapak Ibu, plenary session kita sudah selesai. Kita akan masuk ke parallel session 1. Kita akan masing-masing dikirim atau masuk ke Zoom room yang sudah dibagikan linknya, dan ini adalah khusus untuk parallel session 1. Untuk parallel session 2 dan 3 akan dilakukan besok. Kami akan close untuk main room dan sampai jumpa di besok siang untuk main room kita. Selamat siang.